Hello. I'm in an edgy mood. Frickin' Lincoln Park. Hi, Shay, JJ, and Shark. Hi. I'm gonna do my dailies and just chill. A little bit of a low energy day. I might switch games. It doesn't even matter. Where's the volume for the game? Music. There we go. I'm not surprised you would play this in general, but it seems off the Mashimaru brand. You know... Oh my god, my dog has been destroying things. Here, should I play something kawaii instead? I was playing Crime Scene Cleaner and playing like emos, like early 2000 emo music. Hi Bunny, thank you for the streak. Hi Arctic.
Wob.
Wob. Casual by Chaperone, that's so my vibe. That's so my vibe. My dog chewing on. What else is my dog chewing on? Kitty. Kitty.
Someone got hit in the
Someone got hit in the boing lines. Did I say hi to you, Arctic?
Someone got hit in the boing lines.
Oh god. Oh god.
Boing
Oh god.
Boing lines. Hit in the boing lines. Somebody got hit in them. Boing lines. Boing lines.
My
Somebody
stomach.
got hit in them.
Oh my god. I'm so sorry. My stomach suddenly is like not having it. I might need to AFK. No, I'm okay.
Someone got hit in the boing lines.
Someone got hit in the boing lines.
Hit in the boing lines. Boing lines.
Say hi. Okay, I'll be right back.
Somebody got hit in them.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Okay, I'm here. Hi. No, it wasn't the boing loings. Did the freaking song just repeat? Why did it repeat? I don't have water. I left my water bottle at work. I should hydrate off water though, not Mountain Dew. Oh fuck. You know, it's fine. We're fine. Mountain Dew! I gotta do the dew. It's just another day and it's not over. Hello, how are you guys? How was your week? How's your Tuesday evening? I'm great. I'm wonderful. My tummy feels great. Nothing wrong here. God, I'm so annoyed that they still haven't fixed this fucking bug. I gotta run, but I lurk. Okay, mwah. Have a good lurky. Enjoy your mushmallow. Oh, I need to get more food for my babies. Okay, let's go get some foods. Yeah, hi. How are you? We gotta go check the shop. No Gigi today. Insomniac as always. How are you doing, Mashi? I'm good. I'm sorry you can't sleep. Get on the subway. Oh, that's cute. That's really cute. I don't know what I would use it for, but it's cute. She got away. What the? She got away. I don't really have a bathroom in my current home, so I don't know. She's got away. Feed the cat two times? Okay, feed the cat 2 times. Heartopia was all online, right? No offline mode? No offline mode. Maybe if you make your own server or like open your own town, you could like have it be private. Why do you ask? A lot of the things in the game require like a co-op partner, kinda. Did that count as feeding my cat once? Okay, and if I do it again? It's probably only if it's a different cat. What a cutie patootie. Oh, I did it. Yeah, look at my Morgan. This is Morgan and this is Blorfus. Blorfus is always hungry. I keeps repeating the songs I'm playing. Okay, what do we want? Let's just listen to like some chill, have some chill vibes. Do I have any fish that I can give to Vanya? I mean, I have these frogs. I don't really need frogs. Let's go here, here, and then here. I wanted to try to play Celeste. Maybe I will start Celeste after I finish my dailies. Oops. Maybe. I'm so bad at planning things out. Well, I can plan things out, but the problem is trying to stick to them. Blueberry jam. Like, you know, sometimes I'm not in a mood to play a certain game, so I change the game that's on my schedule, and I'm like, no, people are gonna be upset, no. What was I doing? Making jelly. Where's my home? I could just drive there. Oh, hi, Joker. Funny seeing you here, Joker.
No, Shadow.
Just play what I want, and I will do that. I will do that. Thank you. Yeah, Celeste, I might play that soon,
yes.
after my dailies.
There's no question. Yes. All the way.
Hi, Dran. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. How are you? I'm making blueberry jam. Marin from that one anime? Dress Up Darling? Collecting MLP, you mean My Little Pony? Yeah, my Dress Up Darling. My Dress Up Darling! My accent came out more than usual. Yeehaw. Yeehaw, darling. Oh, I was almost jump scared there with the sudden volume. What? Oh, sorry, did I? Here, let me move my mic away a little bit. 3D only! No, Dran! Your points. The Mashi can't possibly be this boisterous. Upcoming anime, definitely. Upcoming anime. Posture check. Fine, I guess I'll give you a posture check. Can you refund Dran's points for the boop? Because I'm not 3D right now. I was gonna play more Star... No, you can't. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's just how it
All my
is.
fellas. All my fellas. All my fellas. All my fellas. All my fellas.
I was gonna play more Star Sand Island, but I've been experiencing bugs that make the game a little bit unplayable, which is really sad. It's still early access, but I also think Xbox Game Pass just like, I don't know, I feel like if you don't have the game, if you don't buy the game and you use Xbox Game Pass, you just experience more bugs or something. I don't know if that's true, but I came up to the summer festival, and there's like a race, like a jet ski race, and I wanted to participate so bad, but I found out that I kept trying, then Googled it, and I had like a completely big bug that made the bulletin board for the festival disappear. So we couldn't participate. That new game? What new game? The golf game? Guys, we should play the golf game. I want to play the golf game. Where you could shoot your friends. I don't know, I might cry. I don't want to be bullied. I don't know if I could handle being bullied. Pretty bird. I'm pretty sure I've took a picture of you. Yeah, I think so. I think so. When you get some sort of money. Are you not getting money? Just once a month. Oh yeah, the month's almost over, so you should be fine. Today I ate, I don't know, I shouldn't have ate 2 tacos, but I had 2 tacos for lunch because it was Taco Tuesday. I had a Bloom probiotic pop. I had water, and then when I got home, I had egg salad sandwich and a Mountain Dew. Surely the egg salad sandwich couldn't hurt me that quickly. Surely. Surely. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I can just teleport there. Oops. Oh. I'm going here. I lost my train of thought. Happy Tuesday. Oh, it's time to ice skate. Whee, whee. I like ice skating. I'm like Alyssa Lou. I'm an ice skater. Stop, Joker! I don't have it! I don't have the My Little Pony car. How could you be so unsympathetic to me? How could you? Ah! Cox. Hi. Yeah, did that scare ya? Did that wake you up? Hello. Hello. Okay, I gotta go get My Little Pony stuff, and then I'm gonna go play Celeste. Hello, Mario. Why did you say that? Oh, I haven't gotten that yet. Yeehaw! Oh man, fuck you. Fuck you! Fuck you, fuck you. It's almost always when someone says hello. Hello, Mario. Why did the voice have to be so deep though?
Here's my brother Luigi now to tell you a whole heap of a spaghetti pile of information. Hello, Mario.
No, that's not the one I'm thinking of. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I used to wonder what friendship could be. Hello, little stylist. Hello, Mario. Hi, Rex. Okay, here you go. Hello, Mario. Why is it? That's the one I always think of. It's the same voice? Is it? I think it is. I think you're right. Shit. I actually like this playlist a lot. I might listen to it. Hello, Mario. Oh, let me turn it down. Is it loud for you? Is that good for you, chat? Quick adventure, tons of fun, a beautiful heart, faithful and strong. Sharing kindness, it's an easy feat, and magic makes it all complete. Just fucking play the theme song every time I am on this slide. I have to go bother people now. It's so sad when, like, I try to resonate with someone and then they just ignore me. It's so sad. I don't like rejection. I can't handle it. Hi, Gigi, baby. Gigi would never reject me. You'll log in for little me. For little me. Hold on. You don't have to. Let's see if I can get these people to resonate with me. Apparently I'm friends with this person. Just get them to high five me and then boom, resonate. The exact same element? No. I don't want to do this event. I'm leaving. Let's leave. Joker, I need you. Where are you? I'm tracking your location, Get tracked, nerd. Ooh, trampoline. Boing, boing, boing. Just ran over a bird. Tracking your location. Oops. Oh, he's here. You have to go touch the tree. You gotta go touch the tree. Come on, let's go touch the tree. You already touched the tree? Or you already logged in? Stop confusing me! Okay, come on. We gotta go touch the tree. Get in, your Uber's here. What the? Where'd my car go? Oh, someone just joined the lobby. Wow, that's crazy. I just ran over her cat. Or her dog. I don't know which one it was. I just ran it over. I see you typing! It was an accident, I swear! I love your car. Thanks. Even though it's not a Fluttershy car? Even though it's not Fluttershy? My Little Pony. Wee! This took so long. Okay, what elements did you get? If you got the same ones as me, I'm gonna be a little sad. Thank you for the hydrate. I forgot to launch my tits. No, we have the same ones, Joker! Seshoth, I'm about to go to bed, but I hope you have a good night. Thank you, Seshoth. Angry grumbling. Now I'm gonna go bother people. My tits is showing. Look, Joker, it's a dolphin in the sky. Joker, are you looking? Joker's still on the island. Dolphin in the sky. Oh, hey. Cute dolphin. Whale. Hello, stranger. Would you like to touch hands and emanate sparkles and rainbows? Joker, you try to get them to resonate with you. Maybe they like men better. These are so ugly. I'm sorry, these are so ugly. Why are they 55 stars? Oh, this is cute. That's really cute. Gardener's assistant. What else do I need? Oh, is this it? Oh, hell yeah. Joker, I'm the gardener's assistant. Joker, did you leave me? Have you gone? Have you left? I'm peeing you plants. Okay. I'm coming to get ya. I'm gonna get ya. Mako's coming for me. You still have an hour. Okay. Are you ready to resonate? Do you like my outfit? I look like Fluttershy more now for some reason. Your whole treehouse and garden is watered? Is peed on? Do you peed on everything? Okay, that's great. Thanks for peeing on my plants. You marked your okay. Pack it up, buddy. Pack it up. I'm thinking about what you said yesterday. I'm leaving. Oh, Mako's like right next to me. I'm gonna go say hi to Mako. My hair is clipping through my hat. I'm gonna go say hi to Mako. It's probably something my dog did. I got on after reset. Reset? Huh? 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 Okay, well, I have these. I give. You're welcome. Gonna go water tree now. Go bye bye. Bye bye. Okay. Bye bye. Joker, where are you? Are you gonna water the trees with me? The scramble doodle thing is because my dog keeps eating things in my house. Oh, you're already here. I know because of your default scooter. I feel like you've logged in more, like, at least 7 days. How do you not have the car yet? Hey! What are you photographing? I'm not a bird. Okay, what did I get? It's taking so long. Okay. No! Oh no, I didn't want to open the freaking... Okay, whatever. I didn't want to open the shining. I wanted to open this one. Oh, I still have some. Okay. Do we want rainbow? Let's do rainbow. Wow, look it. I haven't gotten any duplicates yet. Okay, Joker, I'm gonna go play Celeste now. Celeste. Celeste. Joker, can you tell me all the elements on the tree, what they're called? Can you tell that? Can you give me the lore of the tree? Pulled for Rainbow Dash and Applejack. Oh, nice. Have fun, you're gonna suffer. I won't suffer because it's LGBT. The power of gay will help me. No, not right now. I was kidding. You could tell me the lore of the tree? No, I'm not gonna. No, not. No, not in Celeste. That's spoilers. I don't want spoilers. Okay, Joker. Your mom? Is your mom long? The way up the summit? Okay, yeah. The way up the summit in Celeste. Okay, well, you know, I'll do my best. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I can't say anything you're typing. Bye-bye. Okay. Did it work? It didn't work. It did? Yeah, I just changed it. I changed it manually. So the lore of the Tree of Harmony starts with the two sisters, Celestia and Luna. I know who Celestia is. Why isn't my controller working? Did I break it again? What? No, let's climb. Luna's the baddie. Oh my god. My name is Madeline. This is it, Madeline. Emma, just breathe. Am I a... Why are you so nervous? And why are you sweating so much? Can I get on that? Or is that like a dead end? Okay, well. Stop talking! I'm not gonna die on the first jump. I'm not that terrible. Excuse me, ma'am. The sign out front is busted. Is this the mountain trail? We're almost there, just across the bridge. By the way, you should call someone about your driveway. The ridge collapsed and I nearly died. My driveway almost did you in. The mountain might be a bit much for you. Well, if an old bat like you can survive out here, I think I'll be fine. Suit yourself. But you should know, Celeste Mountain is that's the name of the game! Mashi, I swear, if you double my sister's death count, I'll laugh just like Granny. You might see things. Things you ain't ready to see. You should seek help, lady. What do you mean? Okay, I'll just keep running. Run, 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 run. What do you mean? This bitch. What do you mean? How am I supposed to get that? Oh, will it stay up for me? You fucking with me? You can do this. I can do this! Climb. Forsaken City. I love this game. Select save and quit from the pause menu at any time to take a break. Okay. That's fine. Oh man. Shay, there's a co-op mod? I want to play co-op. I want to play co-op. Oh, no way. And it's extremely hard. I'm extremely hard. You bitch! Secret! Why can't I? Oh my. Yeah, I think I might end myself if I played co-op. Or you might end me before we pass the level. Why can't I go under like most platformers? What do you mean? Excuse me. Be gentle with me. Be gentle. Be nice to me, okay? This is my first time playing one of these games. No! I have to dash at the end there. Ouch! Are you kidding me? I was pressing X. Okay. Like, do an ultra precise jump, pause the game mid-air. With that, you become your friend's platform so he can go further. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, do I have to... I can do this. I am awesome and amazing at video games. Right? Right? You're doing amazing, Mashi. Ah! It's not letting me. I'm not dashing there. Fuck. No. I'm annoyed. I'm just kidding. I'm not annoyed yet. I'm not annoyed yet. I just want the strawberry. I love strawberries, please. Whatever. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Like, how can I fix this? Getting good. I can fix it by getting good. Okay, I did it. Oh! I didn't see the spikes. I did it! Okay, so how am I gonna do this, though? There's no way I can look around the area. That's me. Oh, did she just sneeze? If you jump when the platform reaches the top, you can jump higher. Okay. No, I keep pressing the wrong button. Okay, but where do I go from there? You don't need to dash. Yeah, I know. I want that strawberry over there. What do you mean I don't need to dash? How do I get that strawberry? Oopsie. Can I do like a double? Oh, my headset just died. What do you mean it came back? My headset died. Frick. Well, 1 second. Oh, maybe I have a cord. Do I have a cord? Is this a cord? A cord! A cord! Where's my... That's not... It's not gonna work. What the? I didn't see that. Oh, hello. Oh there, fellow traveler. Oh, hi. What a killer night for a hike! I guess so. This place is so crazy. I kind of can't believe it exists. Not the easiest climb, is it? I guess that's what I was looking for. Whoa, that sounds pretty serious. I'm just happy to see another human in such a lonely place. I'm Theo, by the way, an adventurer from a far-off land. ... Not much of a talker, are you? Mysterious lone wolf type, I get it. I'll just imagine some dark backstory for you. Hey, sorry, I'm Madeline. I've got a lot on my mind. Well, Madeline, I'd say you've come to the right place. I'm freezing my toes off, but I can't imagine a better place to be for some quiet reflection. Yeah, maybe you're right. What far-off land do you hail from? Well, my inquisitive compatriot, I doth hail from the mystical, exotic kingdom of Seattle. That sounds like a special place. Can't dash more than once. Mashi was out of there. Yeah. Is that just like... Oh my god, my headset is not staying charged. It's not staying plugged in. I don't know how to do this. Oh. Oh, it says up. It says up. Is that a secret? Oh, Hams! Oh my god, I'm so sorry I didn't say hi to you, Hams. Ah, shit. Oh shit. Will that thing show up again? Or am I fucked? Are you beach ready? Odd poster for the middle of Blizzard. I love Celeste, requires high focus, totally understandable. Yeah, this game was I won it in a giveaway and I wanted to try it finally. I've never played a game like this before, so I'm gonna struggle. But it'll be worth it when I get to the next area. Okay, what if I did this? What if I died? Waited for it to come back. Strategy. Oh shit. I've never played a platformer like this. Like dash. No, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. I thought if I let go and then like spammed the dash button. I'm always so impressed when people could like speedrun these. Oh! Super Meat Boy back in the Newgrounds day. Oh my god. Hello, Dude Man Joe. Hello. Oh my god. I swear I got this. I swear. Don't even worry about it. No, I think I need to not grab onto this wall. I need to grab onto... Yeah, it is my first time playing a platform. Damn it, I thought I could dash. But is there another thing here? Aha! I was correct. Okay, but that's gonna shoot me up and I'm gonna get crushed, right? Yeah. If your hair is blue, you can't dash. Okay. Oh, okay. I see, I see. I appreciate the tip. Damn it, I almost got it. I just played, yeah. It was, oh, you played it again and it was super clunky? I would think so. Hit. Oh shit. Okay. Oh! Damn, I wish I could like... No, I want the strawberry. Damn. How did I not die from the spikes there? I don't know. Magic. Shit. There's spikes everywhere. Oh shit. Celeste is a fun platformer to learn the genre because the strawberry challenge levels lets you decide how hard you want the game to be. Ah, yeah. Shit. I like to challenge myself. I do. play Celeste. That would be fun. Ah! Oh my god. If I went on the... How do I want to do this? I need to get on... Shit, I didn't mean to dash there. Why did I... Okay. I'm trying to get on the other side of the... concerned with getting crushed that I died anyway. No. What the heck? I'm not gonna give up until I get this strawberry. I need it. If you get this, you get the same jump boost if you're holding onto the side. Yeah, I saw that. I'm just trying to get onto the... Just trying to get on the other side of this. Let's fucking go. Okay. I wish I could somehow... Damn, I lose the strawberry if I die. I slid. Okay, if I can just figure out... I have to be quick! I have to be really quick. Okay. Ah! Okay, I did it. How am I gonna... How did I not die there? Easy for a pro gamer. Shit. Wait. What? How do I get on the other side of that? I don't need to jump. Okay, I'll be right back. All I can think about is how I need to piss, so I'm gonna be right back. 1 second. Why are you calling me king? Thank you for making a disclaimer. Okay, Green Smiley, you said be king. Oh my god, why didn't you correct it? Please be king. You said from the previous screen I was just in? That's how I get to... Shit. Autocorrect, I wanted... Yeah, I'm not sure you can get back to it without finishing the level / restarting though, so I wouldn't worry about it. Damn. Thank you for your help. How do I want to do this? Oh, look, I added more spikes. Thank you, Joker. No. What if I fell? What if I fell with that ice block? What if I fell with the ice block? Would that do anything? Okay.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Hi, Core. How are you? Gah, I know I can do it. I know I can do it, please. It's nice to see you, Core. Hell yeah, brother! Okay. No, Madeline, please. I'm good. Oh no, I lost stamina. Damn, now I need you to lock in. I am trying. Okay, I locked in. Speaking of brother, Pumpkin really wants those pig matching tattoos. Brother. Okay. See, I blessed you with luck. That was all skill, baby. This memorial dedicated to those who perish on the climb. Aww. Ugh, I'm exhausted. Ooh, fire. This might have been a mistake. I've seen many people play this and I'm like, come on, I feel like I could do better, but I'm worried I'd be bad. You should play it, you should try it. This is my first platformer, so. No, it does not tell me how many times I died. Yuhira, hello. 142 times. Cover it up. Shut up. It's super satisfying. I only got 9 strawberries out of 20. I'm so sad. You know what? Strawberries will impress your friends, but that's about it. Only collect them if you really want to. I want to impress my friends! Ooh, this is interesting. There's a door here. Oh, you know what? My brother is fostering a rescue kitten. Aww, rescue kitten! I'm impressed by your strawberry. Thank you! It's about time someone appreciated my strawberry collection. Ooh. Ooh. She was so scared. She was found outside with frostbite and it skin and bone. No! Poor baby. How do I get in here? There's a door there. Can I go through doors? No, I can't go through doors. Surely not. Get me out of here. I want to go uppy. Please. Okay. I don't understand this one. Uppies. Yeah, uppies. What about walkies? Of course I want walkies. Walkies? Walkies? Oh! Oh! I discovered a secret. I got a secret. What do you guys... I feel like there's another way up. Oops. Sorry if you can hear me like violently smashing on my controller. sound like violent smashing. I did this on keyboard, I think, now that really? On keyboard? Oopsie. Oopsie. Wait, what did I do the first time? Hup! No. Hup. 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 Oh no. Hup. Hup, 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 hup. Rest. Hup. Damn. No. We want to do this and then boop, and then boop, boop. And then boop. Ooh, pretty. Oh, oh, oh. Why am I evil? Why am I Rinfinite with red eyes? Oh, 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 oh. My wife? Ooh, cool! What? I like that. Ooh. Strawberry! Oh, this is fun. I'm enjoying this immensely. No! No. Oh, wait. Wait. We can go down now. Oh shit, I have to time it. I almost got it. Oh shit. Fun fact, Maddie Thorson, the creator of Celeste, is a trans woman. She confirmed in 2020 blog posts that she is transgender and that the game's protagonist, Madeline, is also canonically transgender. Thorson explained that developing the game helped her realize her own identity, gender identity, reflecting her personal journey within the character's story. I copy and pasted that so I didn't mess the details up. That's awesome! I love that. Oh shit. Why? Now, how do I go through that without angling upwards? Yeah, I didn't know that. Thank you for the lore. The lore of the game. The lore of the... No. The lore of the creator. Collect the cassette. We're using the D-pad, if that's easier. Ooh, the D-pad. I didn't know. I honestly didn't know I could use the D-pad. How do I get out of here? Oh, like that. Wait, the strawberry was underneath this room. I want this thing. How do I keep it? No landing. Okay, so what if I started up and then went down? That's considered landing. Ooh, okay. Strawberry. Nice. Huh? How in the world do I get that? How in the heck do I get that? And yes, you get to the other room from here. From here? Yay, thank you. Oops. I get that though? Boing, boing, boing. Ah, anything else I'm missing? Ouch. Ah, I was missing something. Oh. Ow. Why? Why do I feel like... It is so good. I'm enjoying it a lot. Fuck. I'm stuck. I can't dash. Oh, I shouldn't have dashed. Okay, let's try again. Oh, I don't know how I... Oh my... The best thing about dying 142 times is you get to hear the soundtrack in full. Don't remind me. Lena Rain, top 5 composers for me. Oh. One second, I have a phone call. Oh shit. See the light in the last screen? Yeah. Yeah, I see that. I need to go there next. Wait, can I grab onto that? Not like where you need to go to complete the level, the extra stuff. Okay. I can't grab onto the light. Can I rest there? No. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. I think you're getting lucky with your timing, with your dash in that spot. The light is just, the light's just pretty. I can't. No, I fucked up. Damn, I fucked up. If I'm still blue, how am I supposed to get past this? Okay, that was not the correct angle I needed to dash at. I'm fine with backseating. I'm fine. Damn it. Okay, go at an angle. Damn it. Damn it, I fucked up. Try dashing as soon as you leave the block. Okay. Jumping. Try jumping as soon as you leave the block. I see what you mean. No. I managed. How do I manage these things? Okay. No, we wanna go. I don't wanna go all the way down, but I wanna like. This is interesting. trying to get into that little crevice over there. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm for sure trying my best. There's a way. Oh, hello. Madeline, darling, slow down. Who said that? Oh, I'm simply a concerned observer. Are you me? I'm part of you. Oh, why would part of me look so creepy? This is just what I look like, okay? Deal with it. Sorry, I didn't mean. Forget about it. I can't tell you what a relief it is to finally get out of your head. But look, I'm worried about us. We need a hobby, but this? It sounds so... I know it sounds crazy, but I need to climb this mountain. You are many things, darling, but you are not a mountain climber. Who says I can't be? I know it's not your strong suit, but be reasonable for once. You have no idea what you're getting into. You can't handle this. This is exactly why I need to do this. Are you the weak part of me or the lazy part? I'm the pragmatic part, and I'm trying to be diplomatic here. Let's go home together. No! 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 Leave me alone! I don't wanna! I don't wanna! Ouch! I died. There's a strawberry! I want it! Oh, fuck. Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Oh, is she gonna hurt me? Me. Oh my god. How do I get that? Get away! Get away! Oh shit. Oh, what? You bitch! Oh my god. I'm so annoyed at myself. That's you bitch, that's literally you and purple hair. No! It's the reasonable part of myself. Shit. No! She uppercut me. Come on, how did I do this? god, there's so many now. Huh? They're so fast. I want the strawberry. Can I beat the record for most deaths in a video game? What the? Dang it. I just want the strawberry. Please, myself, give me the strawberry. I need to land on that little platform. Is there more than there already was? No, I didn't mean to jump off of the freaking platform. need to fix my posture for a second. How do I get that strawberry? Goodness. No. No. Why? My hair turned blue. Okay, I'm locking in, As if I haven't been locked in for the past like 20 minutes. Now we're really freaking locking in. Let's go. Drop me. No, I missed it. Fuck. I'm locking in. Kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Strangle myself! I can't believe that. I did that at an angle. Frickin' frick. Absolutely devastating. You. Okay, it's easier to just jump and do that. I literally went no out loud. Again! I did it again! I need to, like, chill out. Freaking kidding me. Can't catch me, 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 can't catch me. Can't catch me if you can. Catch me if you can. No! Frick. It's done less the second time though. Yeah, you're right. Your pathing was really good there. Thanks. Oh shit. Okay, it's the freaking. Don't jump there! Mashy! Ah! No! I can't miss this jump. See you later, loser. No. Okay, now definitely see you later this time. No. Okay, I'm gonna lock in for real. I think I. Oh my gosh, I almost fell over. No reading in the flow state. I have not reached flow state. See you later, loser dies. Yeah, for real. 1 second, I'll be right back. Sorry. Hi. No, I'm not punching drywall. I'm actually not mad. I'm just hoping I do well for you guys. How do I do that part? I'm trying. Damn it! Why would I be punching the drywall when I can eat it? That's a good question. Mashi, where's Gigi? Gigi! I don't know. No! was like, wait, I did it. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ad starts in 2 minutes. Ooh, information station? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, woo. Hello? Uh-oh. Madeline? Are you calling from a payphone? Yeah. No, wait. You called me. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter. I'm in trouble. Being chased by someone. I don't really understand what's going on, but I know I'm in danger. I can feel it. Madeline, you only call me when you're panicking in the middle of the night. You don't have to make up some ridiculous story just to get my attention. I'm not making it up. You always do this. Shh, it's all right. Calm down. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Talk to me. I'm climbing Celeste Mountain. I found this old mirror and it shattered, but part of me escaped and... I'm dreaming, aren't I? Madeline, of course you're dreaming. I haven't spoken to you in months. Why would I start now? Ugh, why am I even climbing this stupid mountain? Oh! I'm wondering the same thing. It's time to give up and go home. What is that? Oh, it just ate me. What the fuck? Okay, GG's. We got 8. Oh, we're fine. Wait, that's that guy again. Hi. Hey, Madeline, you made it. Climbing up here was tough, but totally worth it. Just look at these ruins. I took so many great pics. Want to see? Oh, sure. Aww. Theo, these are great. Maybe I'll finally hit 1,000 followers with these. Theo, my boy! Oh, we need to formally commemorate this occasion. Take a selfie with me. I don't know if that's such a good idea right now. Come on, it's easy, like this. They're so cute! Aww. Sorry about that. Don't worry, I won't post that one. No, it's alright. You can post it. I'm just not photogenic. Madeline, don't be so hard on yourself. No one looks good without a filter. Casual, yet refined. Oh my god. Boing. Boing. There's nothing up there, is there? Boing. There might be something up there, though. Yes, I was right. Oh, no. Go back up. What am I supposed to do? It ran off. No dashing. I instinctively... How? Can I dash there at the end? Okay, I should be close enough. Okay. I got this. Damn. Boing, boing. Hello? Hey, Mom. Madeline, what a nice surprise! How's your trip? It's okay, I'm just kind of overwhelmed. Oh no, are you having another panic attack? Focus on your breathing, honey. I'm here. What's going on? Chapter complete. Okay, what time is it? I mean, I think we can do one more. Let's do one more level. Be proud of your death count. The more you die, the more you're learning. Keep going. 195. Shiny Nemo, thank you for the follow. How was your first platformer? Last level I died 195 times. Before that I died 142 times. But I'm learning! I'm learning! Okay, how do I do this? Is there a way to go? Okay, one death. How do I do this? So this is both a great and not so great way to enter platformers, I'm not gonna lie. Hope you have fun. Thank you! Yeah, I've been told that. I'm enjoying it so far. The music's beautiful. Yeah, they're gonna rack up, definitely. I was struggling to get away from the near version of myself. I want to get that strawberry. Or is a game mechanic you haven't realized yet, or a trick of the engine, maybe? Can you give me a hint? To this room. Huh, what? Oh! That's so cool! Thank you! Okay, I get it. Thank you, thank you. So, if I... No, I'm too far away. There's a key there. It's a trick in the engine where you abuse the fact that the room transitions, refill your dash. Oh, okay. Okay, good trick. Oops. Do you like that there's a berry for it? There's a berry for everything. I missed a lot of berries. So far, I've only been able to get 9 berries. Hopefully, I beat that record this level. My backseat rules? For something like this, I don't really mind, like, giving me hints. I like when people are engaged, so if you want to, like, give me hints or, like, if I ask, then it's fine. Ask before helping. Sure. No! Let me out! Uh-oh. Welcome, may I help you? Are you a ghost? A ghost? Don't be silly. I am concierge of this fine establishment. Welcome to the world-renowned Celestial Resort Hotel. Mr. Oshiro, at your service. 2 guests in 1 day. Business is finally picking up. How long will you be staying with us? Oshiro. Oh, I'm just passing through. I'm climbing the mountain. Do you have a back exit? A back exit? Just passing through. This will not do. You know I can still hear you, right? Hi, Ramshackle! How are you? In any case, our rear service door is reserved for hotel staff only. However, our top floor presidential suite features a world-class view of the peak. Yes, you'll be quite comfortable up there. Maybe I can get on the roof from there and climb down the back? The presidential suite. Marvelous idea, Oshiro. What is your name for our records? I'm Madeline. But again, I'm not really interested in staying. Right this way, Miss Madeline. Appears to be a very old and dusty guest book. Many of the pages are damaged or missing. My feet are in pain? Why? The comments, however, are glowing. We'll never forget our time here. I've never felt more at peace. Thank you. Oh, shit. I'm getting ahead of myself. Goomba stomped him. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I'm finished running around my job cleaning hospital room. Now I'm cooking a late meal. Oh my gosh, you do that? You clean the hospital rooms? I used to have a job where I fed the patients. I would deliver trays to the rooms. I'm not gonna lie, not my favorite. I did not like management. Time for me to unwind for the night. Good night. Good night, Bunny. Thank you for coming. And $7 voucher to cafeteria, and it's also applicable to attached Subway restaurant. Ooh, that's good. That's nice. Yummy. I did like the hospital's cafeteria food. They had like tortellini, they had like fried foods. It was yummy. So I got Southern and barbecue. Yum. What? What? Elevator's just down the hall. The hotel is in pretty rough shape. Is it really open for business? Of course we're open. Thank you for the head pat. Celestial Resort Hotel would never close during prime tourism season. Rough shape? What does she mean by that? Oh, please allow me to carry your luggage. My bag? No thanks, I'll keep it. Very well. And cafeteria sells cups of banana pudding. Yum! If there is a head pad, it must be given. If I have a head, it must be pet. What a peculiar guest. I want that. I want up. I want to go up there. A later ability? Oh, no, uppies after Oshiro. Okay. Well, I just wasted my own damn time, didn't I? Didn't I? There's no such thing as a later ability. Oh, really? Yeah, this doesn't seem like a game where I unlock abilities. Dang it. don't get new abilities, you just get better with the ones you already have. No! Straub. I must collect the tasty strawberries. Oopsie. Oopsie. I completely made myself an idiot. What? What? What do you mean? I was confusing Jennifer Hale with Jennifer Tilly. I don't know who those are. Who they are. Ah! Is the voice actress for Commander Shepard, female in Mass Effect. Ah, and Jennifer Tilly? No, I walked too forward. Jennifer Tilly was the voice actress for Tiffany. Oh, Jennifer Tilly. I love her voice. I did it. Mashimaru has done it. Now to get this freaking level. No. favorite role Hale voicing was Sam from Totally Spies. Oh, really? She did Sam. Sam and Mandy? Wow. Oh my gosh, she's bald. She's bald and she's torturing people who have hair. It's from Totally Spies. She's bald and she's torturing people who have hair. Why must I do this to myself? How many times must I torture myself? Hale also voiced 2 Overwatch. Ooh, which ones? Ash and Jetpack Cat. Oh, Jetpack Cat! Cute. Until you get it, obviously. How do I do that? How do I get this job? Me when I fucking get you. Me when I freaking get this strawberry. The technique here, just getting tripped up by the diagonal input. Hale was also, interestingly, Princess Morbuck, Miss Keen, and Sedusa from Powerpuff Girls. Oh, interesting. Sedusa. You like Sedusa over Miss Bellum? I love Miss Bellum. Woof. Woof, am I right? hit straight left dash. You straight left dash. Oops. Oops, I didn't grab on. I just jumped onto it. I slid. Okay. Maybe I can go up a little more than I am. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I almost got it. But maybe... I need to somehow not... I slide! I slide when I... Oh, shit. Yeah, see, I need to not slide. You're running out of stamina. You still wall jump. Could use. I just don't know where to wall jump from or to. What the? Oh, that was almost clean. No. Jump to that, and then oh shit, I jumped too. Fuck. Taco, welcome. You love this game? This is my first time playing the platformer. I know what I'm supposed to do, I just can't do it. I can't execute it. Execute. No, I turned blue. Dang it. I can't do it yet. I can't execute it. I need to somehow not use this one. That is very fun. I've got all the achievements on Stim. Oh my goodness, that's very impressive. That's crazy. On STEM. No, I know what you meant. Just dash over it? Question mark. I can't dash twice in a row. I want assistance. If you can provide assistance, I would happily take it. Damn. The second I keep doing that. I think I messed up again. It's possible to save some stamina when past the first set, jumping without holding a couple might be enough. Be able to have anywhere to jump to if I use this. Oh shit. What is this? That's fine. I needed to mess up. Okay, hold on. No, right into the spikes. Right into the spikes. If you jump right as soon as you start sliding down the wall after you get the strawberry, you might be okay. No, soiled it. To jump over that one, not use it. Because I'm trying to... Hold on. Can I make it so my mouse shows? My mouse? Mouse. No. to go to the platform. Straight ahead. No, I landed on the spikes. Oh, if I kept going, I would have made it. Yes! Yes! Let's go, let's go, let's go, strawberry. Okay, I'm dead. I'm died. I'm died. Delta! Smelt the Delta. No! Okay, now I have to go to the other side. No! Smelta? No, not Smelta. How are you, Delta? I'm finally playing the game that I won in the giveaway. Yippee! Oh, those are not good. Okay, don't dash. Oh no, there's little tendrils. I need to not. Ah, I see. Damn, this is hard. Okay, I think I can figure it out. Damn it. So good. I'm good tonight. I hope you're enjoying Celeste. Thank you. I am, even though I'm bad. No, I shouldn't have dashed. The hotel was your least favorite? Oh no. Hi, Norman! I'm doing A-okay, I believe. No, I died. I want to speedrun this. Yeah, I agree. The hotel was kind of bleh. Yeah, well, it is interesting. Did not mean to dash that way. I just stand on this? Yeah, okay. So at least it's this one I'm having trouble getting. It's the middle one I'm having the most trouble getting. So maybe... Damn. I could have grabbed on. This one. And then... Oh shit, I keep doing that. So middle. Oh. Okay. Oh shit. Thanks. Now what is this? I need to jump quick. Jump and dash. Surely this doesn't require a hyper dash. A hyper dash, yes. No. We haven't talked about hyper dashes. What's a hyper dash? Ew, the way they wiggle. But they shouldn't be required until farewell, I think. We will until chapter 9. Chapter 9? I'm only on 3. I'm on chapter 11, so I'm bankrupt. Huh? But I'm sorry, it went over my head. I'm trying to jump up and over, up and over and up. Over and up, over and up. the United States Bankruptcy Code, Title 11 of the United States Code, permits reorganization under the bankruptcy laws of the United States, such as reorganization, known as Chapter 11 bankruptcy, is available to every business. Oh my god. Ah! What if I latched on to the Fitness Gram Pacer test is chat. I'm so glad there's like not a game over screen. Oh shit. Mashi, you die if you touch the red. 1 minute reload cutscene after each death. Oh, that would be crazy. I think you're supposed to try and run before it gets too low, or you won't have the distance. The thing is, I can't reach. Uppies! Ah, wait a bit before I jump. Oh fuck, I did it though. Darkstar, nice to see you. Oh no, so close. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. No. The shopping in to give you head pats. It's almost my birthday. Happy almost birthday. Okay, maybe I should try the D-pad. Maybe it's stay amazing and blessed, Mashi. I am blessed. I am blessed with all you amazing people. The D-pad always feels wonky. Yeah, too wonky. I need to not jump at an angle. And yeah, as I demonstrate, jumping at an angle. Oh, da 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 da. Da 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 da. Damn. I don't know what that was. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, and then we're gonna boop up right into the red. Have you seen the speedruns for this game before? I have not. I know nothing about this game or the levels. I'm sure they're insane, and I would feel very inadequate compared to them. Hell yeah, brother! Let's go, brother! Let's go! There's a strawberry. If I die, do I lose my key? I don't want to lose my key. Nothing like a speedrun to make yourself feel inadequate. Oopsie. Okay, I don't lose my key. Oopsie. I have been this way. How did I miss the strawberry? this again. Patience, 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 patience. I have no patience. Go faster! Go faster! Go faster! I'm going as fast as I can. Oh my god. Spinning balls of death! Mr. Krabs. I'm feeling this one. Where do I go from there? Guys, you know what sounds really good? Hibachi. Going to a hibachi grill. Ice cream, that sounds good too. Good drop instead of dashing to the third. I went way further than okay. Me either. I miss hibachi. Guys, do you know the definition of insanity? OMG, hyper. What did I do? Batman, please. My problem is I don't know where to go after I get the strawberry, because I just immediately yeah. I wish Twitch gave you subtitles for stream when it was running ads. Oh, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Ad break ends in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. We're back. We're back and we're still here. We're still here. 1, 2, jump. 1, 2, jump. 1, 2, jump. Oops. 1, 2, jump. Oh. 1, 2, jump. 1, 2, jump. 1, 2, fall. Oh, I hit my head. I'm so concussed right now. I want to attach to the wall again like I did the other time. I got this freaking strawberry. Oh no, I'm back here. Oh my god. Oh, it's fine. Oh, it's fine. I'm a pro. Oh, I'm a pro. It's fine. No, what do you mean? I'm here again. Scratch that, it was a super. No. Okay, how did I do it? I did this. I did that. I did this. Damn it. Damn it. Why am I back here? Why? Did I just go in a freaking circle? Mate. Mate, I just went in a big freaking circle. That's fine. I'll get you guys through it. I promise. There we go. Okay, now do I go down? Down. Oh, shaking. The freaking zombie Black Ops 3 noise. Yay, big mess time. Big mess time. Miss Madeline, I really must implore you to keep up. I'm running a world-class establishment here. I don't have time to wait around for meandering guests. You really don't have to wait for me. I'm just looking for a way through this place. Oh, Shiro, you idiot! The customer is always right. Business is finally picking up and you lose your temper? Oh, of course, Miss Madeline. My sincere apologies, I was out of line. Please, feel free to explore at your leisure. Thank you for the hydrate. Unlurk, hi! Welcome back, Shark. How was your lurk? Big mess time. At least there's none of that black goop. Oh, this clutter is out of control. When did this happen? No, Shade, your video share didn't work. I'm sorry. I don't even know where to begin. Mr. Oshiro, do you run this whole place by yourself? You're right, Miss Madeline. I'll never sort this mess out alone. It's hopeless. That's not what I meant. Just breathe, Mr. Oshiro. Breathe. It's just a little spring cleaning. Well, more than a little, but I can help. You're too kind. I wouldn't even bother. But I wouldn't even bother. It's a lost cause. No, the black goop, it plagues me again. It plagues me once more. Ouch. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. B-side artists are amazing. In Love with a Ghost. In Love with a Ghost did Chapter 4 B-side, and they are so good. This is difficult. This is quite difficult. My problem is I can't do things. Okay. 26 strawberry. 26 of them. Can't do things does the thing. Yeah, story of my life. I'm all about proving myself wrong. You know how it be. This is precarious. Well, if it was hard for you, it's gonna be impossible for me. I don't really need to rush this part. Well, I kinda do because I have limited stamina. No. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to... I'm trying to figure out which side to go for first. Do I want the left side and then the crystal? Hi, Taryn. Taryn, look what I'm playing. I'm having a great time. Ah! Okay, now what? Damn it. Maybe I'll play getting over it. If I reach like a sub goal. Damn. Why did I fucking jump at an angle there? Jump over to get the crystal on the hopefully clear left side. What do you usually play on stream? I play cozy games mostly. I play a lot of farming simulators. Sometimes FPS, depending on if I'm in the shooty mood. I've played Fortnite, Overwatch, Valorant. Frogpunk before I found out everything in it was like AI. God damn it! I cannot for the life of me. Oh, ew, AI. Yeah. Frogpunk, the battle pass was like all AI generated shit. And it cost like $25, which is crazy. Gosh dang it. I'm doing a big struggle. Do research on text-to-image models. They are not known for being without bias. Text-to-image models? No, I ran out of stamina. Strawberry and then crystal. Strawberry and then crystal. Yeah, it's the ones that generate an image as opposed to a large language model that are just text. How the fuck? Doing a big struggle with this one, Jesus. We're gonna do a loop back. No, I didn't grab into the wall. If you can dash over to the top, that is an easy jump. Dash over the top. I keep landing on that stupid... whatever.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Ah! Is it because I'm running out of stamina? It doesn't, like, let me over that wall. Oh my. Or is it because my hair's blue? I can't dash anymore. Yeah, that's definitely. Okay, I won't dash. I'm just gonna... Ah! Yeah, I can't not dash. I cannot dash. Yeah. See, I fucked myself again. No! Dark. Dash over the top. It's an easy jump from the top of the one end of that pillar looking thing to the other end. Whoa! My game just froze for a second. I'm gonna need to do. There's no way. I have to do this. I just don't know how to get to the gem if I don't have a dash. Dash all the way to the right, grab strawberry, jump to the top of the pillar. But how do I jump to the top of the pillar if there's a goop there? Jump from the right side of the pillar to the top. see what you're saying. I see what you're putting down. I do. Oops. Has to be a fast. No, I fucked up. Oopsie. I might have gotten ahead of myself a little bit. Oops. You can grab the left wall instead of the pillar. I'm trying to grab that wall. Oh, I can slide all the way off? Damn. Actually, I'm getting old. I got a new frying pan today and I'm super excited for it. No, that's so valid though. I love new kitchenware. Yeah, what kind of pan you got? Fuck. No, like I saw this griddle pan, like a 4, like it has 4 little dips in it or whatever, like cooking things, like you could cook 4 things at a time. How's the heft? Got good balance? Any coating? It's so cheap, okay quality ceramic one off Amazon. You can go in the oven. Nice. A few years back when I got a new job, my first purchase was a metal garbage can and I was ecstatic. I love that so much. Anyway, this pan that I was looking at, specifically on the TikTok shop, I know I'm disgusting, but anyway, it has 4, you could cook 4 things at a time, like, I could cook 2 pancakes, I could cook sausage, I could cook egg, and I could make, like, a delicious McGriddle sandwich. I was like, I need this. I need this in my life. No, I fucked up. Yeah. Sea Shark, you're so valid. I also got a top rated cast iron. Hell yeah, cast iron. That baby can go in the oven. Yeah, you definitely need to, like, I'm getting distracted. You definitely need to season your cast iron. God, this is worse than the freaking other level. Yeah, I don't like this level very much. I'm salty. It's pre-season, but I think that just means I need to do less seasoning. Yeah, don't wash it with soap. Come on, I got it that one time. What's the problem, Bob? Fuck. My family has an old 1910 cast iron, which is really nice. Ooh, fancy. Let your inner doom guy mashy out and tear your way through. Ah! No, I keep jumping too far. Right into the freaking whatever this is. No, this is so... Okay. I know what angle I need to be at. I just need to be quick. Honestly, very fair. I have a bunch of hand-me-down garbage cans and I hate all of them. Yeah, I'm not a fan of hand-me-down stuff, to be honest. It's like I'd rather buy my own things. How do I do this? How do I do this? Oops. The one left in the condo I bought is kind of gross. It was left in the condo, but the outside has been cleaned and the inside is bad, so it's okay. I just don't know if the previous owner knew what a trash bag was. Probably not. Bruh. Fucked up. For the left section, it might be worth a try to just hold right and fall instead of jumping straight down. There's a little... Oh. I messed up again. I have to start over. Okay. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry that took me so long. Take the flower, she said that to me, got a circle right through me. I left the first chance to wanna take a chance and getting a little closer and Thanks, guys, for hyping me up. An old paper sticks out from amid the clutter. Attention hotel staff, it is my sad duty to inform you that Celestial Resort Hotel will close indefinitely following this season due to circumstances beyond our control. It was an honor to have served alongside you all as we worked tirelessly to ensure that our guests enjoyed the most hospitable and memorable experience possible. I write this with a heavy heart. This hotel has become my home, its staff and patrons, my family. I will miss you all dearly. Mr. Oshiro. A secret? Yeah, I want a secret. The very top near the letter. I'm gonna achieve flight. Oh. Oh. I get to play game? Oh my god. That's so... What the heck? Why can't I get up there? Uh-oh. Oh, I can't dash. Hold on. Hold on, I figured it out. I know what I must do. Ah! It would help if I could get on that one. Okay. Let's see. I can't get on that one. Oh, I know what to do. Yeah. Yay! Okay. This is available from the main menu, by the way, so don't worry about trying to complete it all right now. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try to finish the... level. Thank you! That's a cute secret. haven't begun cleaning and already I feel renewed lightness of spirit. That's the power of positive thinking. Actually, I cleared out some of the clutter for you. Oh yes, thank you, Miss Madeline. But please relax and let the hotel staff handle it. Oh, Shiro, you fool, you're losing her. Guests don't want to spend their time cleaning. Are you okay? Yes, of course. This is the finest hotel you'll ever visit, you'll see. How could I let my problems pile up like this? Treasure! Oops. Damn it. This is available. Oh, I shall retire for the evening. Good night, all. Good night, Taco. Thank you for coming. I forgot I could hold on to walls. Shit. Sunny. Dang it. Oh. I keep doing this. Kitty. Where's my kitty? Oh, I should have been quicker than that. How's Pretty Mashi? I'm good. How's Pretty Sunny? Brah, 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 brah. I did it too quick. Dang it. What's wrong with me? It's bedtime, probably. That's probably what's wrong. Madeline starts sweating and I panic. Damn it. This is not as bad as the other area. I just need to get the timing right. Damn it. I'm sorry, I'm bad at this. Hang onto the ledge. I don't even want to know how many times I died in this level. I died so many times. I'm thinking maybe we pick up another time. Oh, okay. Okay, this is fine. We got... No! Dash straight! What's the... Oh, I have to go that way. I was like, what's the objective here? Oh man. I'll have to go back through that level. I missed an area. Where is Mr. Oshiro now? Here for the head pass. Oh shit. It's okay, nice turn here. Can you show me the exit now? But Miss Madeline, we've barely enjoyed the myriad luxuries that our hotel has to offer. We can talk more once I finish cleaning. I'm very busy. Yes, young people have no respect these days. You're welcome, sheesh. Theo, are you a guest here too? Madeline, I'm so happy to see you right now. I'm all about spooky mysteries, but this is getting too real. Have you talked to Mr. Oshiro? I think he could really use some help. You think? He's a creepy old weirdo. I bet he's cleaning out a nook to hide our bodies as we speak. I'm gonna crawl through this vent. It's blowing cold air in from outside. Come on. Mr. Oshiro's troubled, but I don't think he wants to hurt us. I think he just needs to clean up this mess. I want to help him. Madeline, that's very sweet, but this is dangerous. We need to get out of here and call an expert on creepy old dudes. We aren't prepared for this. I think I can get through to him. Go on ahead and I'll catch up with you later. Man, you're more stubborn than my sister. I thought that was impossible. Take care of yourself. Thanks, Theo. I'll see you outside. What the? What do I do here? I have to clear the laundry first. Clear the laundry. Clear the laundry. Oops. Ah! 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Ah! 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Oh my god. 1, 1, 2. I don't under... No. Damn, I know I can time this. Come on. Damn it. Oh, I need to dash at the end there. soon. It's a little stressful. It is, I have to admit. It's a little stressful. Compared to the games that I'm used to playing, the farming simulators. Hi, Chi-Chi! I haven't seen you, buddy! Oh, Chi-Chi! Come here, honey. Wow, he just leaves me. He just nudges my chair and then walks away. Dumb decision as soon as it came towards me. It's past 11? Bruh. Okay. Okay. We gotta... I had fun. Obviously. I didn't even realize what freaking time it was. Thank you, Shade, for pointing that out. I appreciate you. Anyone on that we can raid? Anyone? Anyone? Anyone at all? Twitch.
What?
Oh, sorry, Cress. We're raiding Cress. They're on their 4.0 debut. She looks amazing. She did amazing on her model. Give her love. She's playing Twilight Princess. I fucking love Twilight Princess. I love it. Thank you, Delta. Thank you, Nya. Thank you for coming, everyone. I have the cheese raid message when I don't know what to put the message as. Okay, bye-bye!